don't know the power of sci-fi radio.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
We would be honored if you would join us.
All right, it's another Thursday night. That means Docking Bay 94. I am Sean Obi-Shawn Crosby.
I'm Colleen Crosby.
Thank you for joining us here tonight. Jeff Solo Donoho, he's a-working, so it's just Colleen and I.
Solo.
I know, you gotta deal with us, man.
Yep. Hi, Laura.
That's the
and
worst.
Chris.
But
I want to forget Chris.
Anyway.
I have a holiday shirt on.
You do? Oh, you do?
Yeah.
The festive Mandalorian.
Yes.
I am from Roswell.
Oh, you are less festive.
I know. We got all those great new shirts on our trip, and I'm not wearing one.
I didn't even get this one on the trip, although this exterior one that says Lucasfilm.
Right.
On one of the pockets.
Yeah,
and
Colleen.
I have added a Kaylee pin.
Colleen bought a jacket, which is like, wow, really?
Yeah.
Because she almost never buys jackets.
And yet I have a ton of them.
Right?
I love jackets.
I should let you guys know that you could be watching us on Twitch or on YouTube or on Facebook. Any of those is cool and acceptable. We're always glad when you do. That's where you can see our smiling faces. Or conversely, you could be listening to us on sci-fi.radio. It is sci-fi for your Wi-Fi. And that is the mothership station that we did radio first, came to video later, and you guys have been paying for it ever since.
Wow.
Dun, dun, dun. No worries. And Jeff, of course, has a new job at Disneyland, so he's probably standing in the cold, waving a flashlight, telling people to go sit down for the fireworks or the parade.
Well, it's only 7 o'clock, so he's probably not telling him about fireworks yet.
Not yet, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
I tell you, this is a very festive little dish. Colleen gave us a little dish full of nuts.
Because dinner, it took too long to cook, so it wasn't going to be ready until, right now,
Right.
and we didn't want to sit in front of you eating
Food.
potatoes.
But this is, it's kind of a cool little festive little dish.
So that was given to me. I told everybody, I think last week, the story of all the extra scones.
Yes.
And my neighbors have all, I don't know how to solve this problem. I have to cut down on the amount of sugar that I have, but I love to bake. So I have tried to take my excess baked goods and foist them onto my neighbors.
Spread them amongst the neighbors.
Yeah, spread a little cheer. And it's not like I give them a ton. I gave 4 of these medium scones to the neighbor across the street. And then when she returned the dish, she gave me a little bag that had this dish that Sean has and a little thing of spicy olive oil and a little thing of
Vinegar?
yeah, balsamic vinegar. So super nice, but everybody in my neighborhood feels compelled to give me something when I bring them baked goods. So I'm like, oh, maybe I should. I don't want to be putting that responsibility on them. So I don't know. I'll have to kind of figure it out. Hi, Alan.
It's funny. I went to Alan's Upland Library, what's it called? The Outer Rim Book Club. It was fun. We talked about
Nice.
Star Wars books. And thanks to Colleen, because I went up to Lucasfilm with her, I actually had a Star Wars book to talk about because she read the Life Day cookbook
Out loud.
out loud to me
Yes.
on the trip, which was pretty great.
Yes.
So yeah.
It's a fun little book to read. And I think it was because someone on our show told us that we should get it, right?
I don't know. We were talking about Life Day stuff, and we were like, "There's a cookbook."
I knew there was a cookbook.
Oh, I did not know there was a cookbook.
Yeah, I knew there was a cookbook, and I didn't get it because a lot of the Star Wars cookbooks aren't.
They're kind of dodgy.
Well, I mean, I'm sure the recipes are fine. It's just that some of them are Star Wars in the way that Wookiee cookies are Star Wars.
Right.
Like, it's a chocolate chip cookie.
We relabeled the chocolate chip cookie with a
Right.
funny name.
Yeah. Hello to the Ladia 1066, frequent Falcon Flyer, Don, Eric, Budala.
Cool. That's
And
quite the crowd.
yeah.
I think it's is it Philadia or the Lady A?
So bad. It's probably the Lady A.
And it's Kelly.
66.
Kelly will take your scones any day, she says.
Actually, I have to tell you guys.
And not pay you back.
Excellent. Excellent. These scones were probably the best scones I've ever made.
They were so good.
So
they were really good.
They were pretty darn good.
It was hard to walk into the kitchen and out of the kitchen without taking one.
Yeah.
Because they were you're like, there's a scone there in a bag, and it was really
Right.
good.
And the recipe's really easy too. So
Yeah.
wouldn't be a problem to make some for people.
They were tasty.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I made apple cider snickerdoodles yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Maybe the day before. And I don't have the right size cookie scoop. I have a 1 tablespoon cookie scoop and I have a 3 tablespoon cookie scoop. The recipe called for 2 tablespoons, and I'm like, should I put 2 together? I should really be eating smaller cookies. So I made them 1 tablespoon and then promptly burned them because I cooked them too
small.
long.
Yeah. Toasty.
So I'll have to. I've got more of those in the freezer. I'll have to give them another try.
Right.
Dawn has the cookbook too, so maybe. Oh, that's why we were talking about the cookbook. Was because we're talking about for Life Day next year doing an additional event that is outside of Disneyland, so that people who can't afford to go to Disneyland but are local to us
can come celebrate.
Would be able to celebrate. And so we were thinking, oh, we should get the cookbook. And it had some recipes in it that I would be likely to try. I don't know. Don, have you cooked any of the recipes in the cookbook? He says he has it. We'll
some of them
see
sounded good. Some of them are like, we added spice to this just because that makes it an alien thing. And that always makes me laugh every time they do. It's a very Disney thing to do. If you go to Galaxy's Edge, they're like, we took this thing and we added cayenne pepper, and that makes it alien.
Right. Boy, so I was on the phone with my niece this afternoon, and she was talking about the congressional hearings about UFOs that happened right after the election that I didn't know about because I couldn't stand to watch the news right after the election.
It was awfully disappointing.
I was like, I can't do this. And I kind of feel like I read the article, the one that NPR put out about it, and I'm like, I feel like this is a distraction to keep people from screaming their heads off about other stuff. So
right. It's
right.
like space aliens.
Yeah.
That's more threatening than, an evil president.
Right. Yeah.
Because outer space.
Right. Let's see. Sean mostly just recovered from COVID.
Yeah, and it really put a crimp in my week. I was super, super bummed to not go to Disneyland on Wednesday. And then I saw 8 people I know post, we went to Disneyland on Wednesday. And I'm like, ugh.
People that had COVID got it at the same time as you?
No.
Oh, just people you knew that were going.
Okay. Tracy went and Kevin went. And
well, they are people that you see fairly regularly at Disneyland.
Yeah, still kind of a bummer.
Yeah, well, you had to cancel 2 weeks in a row, so that was hard.
Yeah, I haven't been at Disneyland in a while.
Yeah.
Which was because 2 weeks for COVID, and then I don't think I went the week of LostCon. I think I canceled then too.
Well, that was the week of Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so a bunch of stuff like that. But
Yeah, it has been a while. And poor thing, you only have one reservation. So for December.
right, this has been this year has been a much lighter year than my last year. Because of various traveling and things like that, where like I renewed my pass just before we went to New York,
Yeah.
and then didn't go, and things like that. So it's like, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
But
Sean did finish putting together a 3D printer.
I did. So
Just
I
tonight.
started this. I've had the printer for a while. And I knew it was going to be a really complicated build. And then I opened the box, and it was even way more complicated than I thought it was going to be. It was just absolutely nuts. And so I started to put it together at LostCon in the maker room, because I thought, well, I will make a 3D printer in the maker room, and then there'll be all sorts of other people. And although there weren't people there to be helpful, there were people to tell me how I was doing it wrong, which is always the risk you run, because so we're in the makerspace, and when somebody's like, well, when I got the version after yours, it just came pre-assembled in a box, and I didn't have to do any of this kind of thing, and that's not helpful to me.
Right.
It's like, well, bully for you, and in the meantime, I'm trying to put together an extruder and stuff, and so I got the mechanicals done at the convention, and then yesterday, I sat down to do the electronics, and I got all the electronics in, and then it kept crashing out when I tried to do calibration on it. And so I had to chat with the guy who's in, like Czechoslovakia, I think. He's in like Prague. And so got on the chat. They were super helpful. They found out that, and they knew about this because it happens frequently, that there was a short in the heated extruder. So basically it would short and it would crash out, so it didn't break anything. And so I had to like fix some wiring and do a bunch of stuff like that, because like out of the box, the wires that attached to the extruder were touching, which it was like nothing I did. It was just a thing. So we got that sorted out, and then we had to calibrate the thing, and that was a real problem too. Although I gotta say, I did get one of these prints done before the show. I made a batarang here.
Oh, you didn't show me that.
Which took about 20 minutes, and it's
You
not.
showed me the cube you made.
Yeah, it's not perfect. It's got like a couple of weird artifacty things in it and whatnot, but it's not bad. So this I did some car designs for somebody, and they sort of gifted me this thing like quite a long time ago. It's so long ago that the gummy bears that were in it were expired and had lost all their color, which was a little weird. So like instead of being red, they were pink, that kind of thing. And the reason there were gummy bears in there is that when you accomplished a step, you were supposed to get a gummy bear or whatever. But anyway, it's a largely acceptable print. I'll talk to some people who know this stuff better than I do and see if I should tweak this maybe just a little bit more to see. But the pictures I sent over to them in Czechoslovakia, they're like, oh, that's looking really good. So, this represents like 20 minutes of, printing plastic, and it's not bad for what it is. So we'll have to see. But so I've entered the 21st century, got that going on, and it's we'll see what I'm able to do with it, and how useful it will turn out to be and that kind of thing. I do have a lot of things that would be neat to print, but they're probably models that don't exist, which means I'm going to have to dust off my 3D modeling skills, which are very, very dusty.
Well, Dawn says that you should go to thingiverse.com for a
Right.
great resource for 3D printing.
Oh, I know where to get models like nobody's business. It's the printing part of it has been the hard part of it. But yeah, I mean, this isn't terrible. and it's got a couple of weird, like, hiccups in it that I imagine, for a first print, it's not bad. But like I noticed that the point here on the tail of the Batarang is like it's got like a little droop in it, and that tells me that like it was pulling off the heated bed or something. And so there's a bunch of little things like that to figure out.
At least you're able to troubleshoot that. I mean, like, I probably wouldn't even notice that it happened.
Yeah, exactly. I think that there's a lot of stuff that we'll have to experiment with and see how it goes. That was sort of like the first thing. At least I got it to a point where it's like usable, and I feel pretty good about that. And so I can massage it here and there. But what was really funny is that the extruder, I followed all of their calibration stuff, and the extruder tip is supposed to be like right down on top of the plate so that it can start printing plastic on the plate. And what happened to it is it was like, despite the calibration, it was like way too far off. And so I had to bring it like way down. And that was the tough part, because you're like, oh, I'll have to adjust it like, 0.5 millimeters or something like that, whatever. And now I'm at like, minus 1.35, it's like serious amounts of distance as far as like trying to adjust things like that. But it's, it's fun that at least, we got it going. And the guy in Prague is like, we haven't made that one in a while. And I'm like, yeah, but it took me a while to put together. So it's like, meh. That was one thing. And then a second thing, I got something in the mail today that I don't remember ordering. And I don't know if I ordered it, if somebody sent it to me, or like what's going on. I got some Ghostbusters toys that are really bizarre today, which is like, I don't know if you remember in the 80s, the old G.I. Joe action figures, what they used to call O-ring action figures, where they had riveted shoulders and stuff. And in the middle, there's like a screw, and there's this rubber band, this O-ring rubber band that hooks into the legs, and that's what keeps the whole thing together. It's just really strange. And so I guess Hasbro made some of those up as like Ghostbusters figures, and they're kind of cool, but they're also kind of weird. They're like super retro. And so, like, they don't have a lot of detail and stuff on the back and that kind of thing. And they bend at the knee but not at the thigh, kind of a deal. And they can sit but they can't run, kind of a deal. It's very funny. But so this is Ray. I don't know if I can get a really clear look at Ray. But it was kind of fun to see these things show up in the mail. It's the 4 guys in one kit, and the kit actually looked like the old Ghostbusters VHS box. And that was kind of thoughtful. Somebody put some effort into it. But yeah, it's kind of a goofy little thing. And they're Star Wars figure, G.I. Joe figure size, so 3 3/4 figures. And but kind of fun. So I do have a car in which they can fit. I have an Ectomobile that takes the scale of figures, which they've never really produced before. So, it works out. But I don't remember. They came from GameStop, and I don't remember ordering them, especially because I'm more of a let's go into the store and pick them up kind of a guy, especially if it's something like GameStop. It was very strange. So I don't know. I don't know where they came from, really. They're neat, but I'm like, I'm talking to Colleen. I'm like, I don't remember ordering these. I don't know where these came from.
Well, yeah, I
Funky.
don't know either. I went to a holiday fair on Saturday. Mm-hmm. It was at the Women's Club in El Segundo, and a friend of mine, Elizabeth, was promoting her pottery that she's been making. And so I went and picked up a few pieces for gifts and for myself. And then mostly I've done that and gone to sewing circles online and in person, and continued to work on my 18th century dress that is taking even longer than Sean's 3D printer to put together.
It's been a couple of years for that dress?
Oh, it's been more than a couple of years.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's been quite some time.
Wow. Scott Gagan just chimed in. Hey, Scott.
Wow. Hi, Scott.
Good to see you, dude. Catch up with him
Nice
every
to
once in a
see
while
you.
on Facebook. That's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, the 18th century dress. I feel like the first part of it, the first piece I made was like 10 years ago. The stays were definitely quite a while before COVID. So
That's pretty funny.
yeah, but I'm in the home stretch now. So
Oh, that's good.
I just need the oomph to keep going.
Yeah, that's like the entire year. It's
Right?
like we just needed the energy to complete stuff.
Yeah.
And-
Well, for me, I just have to not get into that slump of, on days when we are home, watching TV all night. You know, like watching an hour of TV is fine. Watching 4 hours of TV is not.
Yeah.
Yes, Scott, it's taken me 18 centuries to, I'm going to use that from now on.
My 18th century dress took 18 centuries.
Yeah, I actually, was making this in the 18th century.
That's right.
It's taken me since the 18th century to actually get up off the couch. And
When I
make it.
started this dress, we didn't have zippers.
Right. It was long enough for me to have gained a whole bunch of weight and then lost it again.
Right.
So there's that. And then the one other thing that Sean and I did, but we had to wait because since I didn't have COVID and he had COVID, I wanted him to stay far, far away from me. And so we weren't watching TV together. So we had to hold off on watching Skeleton Crew.
Right. Right.
But we've now seen the first 3 episodes and I'm delighted.
Skeleton Crew. When people come up to me and ask me how disappointed I am in the new Star Wars, usually they're surprised that I'm not all that disappointed in it. But the thing that I always tell them is that Star Wars is for kids, and I can find lots of interviews to point you at where George Lucas is like, I made Star Wars for 12-year-olds. And this is Star Wars for 12-year-olds. This is perfect.
Starring 12-year-olds.
Right. It is all of the 80s like bike riding movies
Yeah.
that you see. So, kids on bikes doing a thing. So E.T. and Goonies and all of that kind of stuff. And it's perfect. It's really, really great. And there's
it's about Skeleton Crew is about a group of middle school kids who there's a pair of friends that are boys and a pair of friends that are girls, and they get thrown together and have a Star Wars adventure.
right.
And it is just absolutely delightful.
And what they're doing, and I don't think it's really spoiling anything, what they're doing is the Goonies backwards. If you chart,
Yeah, they are.
If you chart the things they find and the adventures they get involved in, they are doing the movie The Goonies completely backwards.
That's funny.
And I'm sure that will change in the next few episodes, but thus far,
Yeah.
which is really kind of funny. And of course Jude Law is in it. He's terrific. I can't remember the name of the oldest girl in it, but I saw her in a game that I was working on. She came in and did a game with Colleen's studio, and I was there on set running camera, and she was good. She was like really good.
Yeah.
And we were talking about Skeleton Crew, and she's like, oh my gosh, you're such a big Star Wars fan. I hope you really like it. And she had to come check out the car and all of that kind of stuff. And the thing was, it's Ryan Kira Armstrong, who's playing Fern in it. And But my hope was that she was so good on the video game thing that we were shooting that she would be equally as good and representative of the level of performances of the kids in the rest of the show. And that has borne out to be true. She's really good. The rest of the kids are absolutely
all
perfect.
of the kids are really good.
Yeah, they're super fun. And that's a big risk. You could always end up with really terrible kids.
I feel like the kid, the little boy who is I don't know what species that is. Race? Species?
He's a sort of elephant kid.
Yeah.
He's Neil is his character name.
Right. I feel like he feels kind of, or his character feels kind of formulaic so far.
Yes. Yeah, and well, I mean,
but I think we just haven't gotten to really see him enough.
He fulfills a stereotype as most of the kids do.
Yeah.
And then I think by the end of the show they will break those stereotypes.
Right.
Which will be great.
So I would like to see a little bit more from him.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is the motion capture. It's done with motion capture, right? I should know this because
it probably is.
Sean's an artist.
Yeah.
Is done by a girl, and the voice is done by a boy. So.
Although there is a chance that she's there on
in
set
the suit?
in makeup.
Yeah. I'm not sure
With a
which
mask.
one that is, but
I don't.
The body work is done by one person, and the voice work is done by someone else.
Their robot companion is Nick Frost, which is cool.
Who wouldn't want a Nick Frost robot companion?
Well, and what's even funnier is that he's leaned really hard into the pirate stereotype. And so it's like, "Arr, I'm a robot," kind of a deal, which is hysterical. And his designation is SM33, which, if you look at it, is Leet speak for Smee. So as the second in command of this sort of pirate crew, he's kind of awesome, and being Smee is actually like really pretty great.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's an awful lot of fun. It's totally worth your time. It moves fast. There's like not a lot of dull points. There's in jokes to everything from Pirates of the Caribbean to Captain EO to the Goonies to whatever. It's like if you know your 80s stuff, you're gonna have a ball with this because you're like, hey, wait a minute. Oh, they did this, and you'll find all these little things that you're like, no way. If
you were a kid in the 80s, it will make you feel like that again.
Yeah, completely.
It's
and we're not
charming,
like beating around the bush at all. And like there are direct references to Captain EO and stuff in it, up to and including Smee, who's very much like the sort of major domo droid that they had. And we saw Captain EO's little kitten butterfly sidekick parrot thing in a cage, fuzzball, and there's like all sorts of stuff.
Now you're giving stuff away that is...
No, that was in the trailer.
Oh, was it in the trailer?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we should stop talking about it so that we don't give something away for people who haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, that was in the trailer. But go check it out, and there's an hour and a half of content right now. 3 episodes are out, and they're totally good. And
I hope that you guys enjoy it as much as we have so far.
Yeah, well, and you know who's having so much fun with it? Jude Law. Jude Law is having a blast. He loves the character he plays. He's about our age, a little younger, and he's like, enjoying walking a path that Han Solo walked. He's like having so much fun being this character in the Star Wars universe. He's a guy of mystery. We don't know much about him yet. And he's just having the absolute best time doing it. And even like dealing with the fans and all that kind of stuff. He's having fun. So that's pretty cool.
Do you want to take the Star Wars stuff, or should I read it and you'll talk about it?
I'll do the Star Wars history stuff here. Just making sure that we talked about all the other stuff that we were going to talk about. I think we did. So it was on this the 7th of December that Lee Brackett was born in 1915. Lee Brackett was a sci-fi author who had done some books that George Lucas was impressed with and decided to have her write the script for The Empire Strikes Back. In 1978, there was a book that came out that was called Splinter of the Mind's Eye, and that was written by science fiction author Alan Dean Foster. And that's what we thought The Empire Strikes Back was going to be. But Star Wars was so popular that Alan Dean Foster's story was the fallback. If Star Wars didn't make a lot of money, they were going to go tell that story. But because it did really well, they decided to completely blow things up. And so one of the reasons that they handed this over to Lee Brackett, which it's really kind of an unusual thing to have a woman write science fiction, and especially in terms of a movie script. And so looking at her credits as a writer for movies, one of the key things she did that I think Lucas really clued into that he wanted some of in Star Wars was the Bogart and Bacall movie, The Big Sleep. And in fact, the relationship with Bogart and Bacall was so steamy and the dialogue was so amazing that they threw a bunch of plot out just so that they could have more interaction, character building scenes that Lee Brackett came back and wrote. Because it's like, yeah, okay, there's a plot in this noir movie somewhere, whatever, who cares? Bogart and Bacall are amazing, and we need more of that. And so, gosh, she worked on that. She did Rio Bravo. She did The Long Goodbye. And then she did, stuff like The Rockford Files and things like that. But she wrote the screenplay for The Empire Strikes Back. And unfortunately was unwell. She didn't live to finish it out. And it got handed over to Lawrence Kasdan, and he kind of polished it up, added a bunch of stuff, finished it up. But in terms of being a science fiction author, she had her own series of books and things that had impressed Lucas enough that he thought she was absolutely perfect to write The Empire Strikes Back. So I like to think, and of course I can't know this for sure, but I like to think that a lot of the Han and Leia banter back and forth kind of stuff came from her, and her just amazing talent for that kind of dialogue. Because it's one of the things that made Empire and Star Wars better. It was really cool. Richard Devon was born on the 11th of December in 1926. He was a voice guy who did a whole bunch of Ewoks voices and stuff like that. He was an actor who did things like The Monkees and some Twilight Zone episodes and Mission Impossible. He did a Batman radio program that was like a sort of pilot, which was really cool. And then he did voice work on the Ewoks cartoon series. Frank Springer, comic book artist, was born this past week, December 6th. And he worked on the Marvel Star Wars comic series. And, oh man, I really wanted to tell you guys about this and I won't, but I'll just tell you that in the last episode of Skeleton Crew, there is a Marvel comic book tie-in that if you're old school Marvel, like 1977, will kind of make you go, cool. This is kind of fun. He worked on a bunch of stuff like Terry and the Pirates and things like that, Transformers and Spider-Man, in addition to Star Wars. Declan Mulholland was the human incarnation of Jabba the Hutt. If you've ever seen the behind-the-scenes footage, very large Irish, actually played Jabba the Hutt in the scene that they eventually did for the special edition where they replaced him with an animated Jabba the Hutt. But this was the guy that Harrison Ford was like walking through and talking to, and he's like, "Han, my boy, you know, why'd you have to fry poor Greedo like that?" And it was always planned that they were going to overlay an alien on top of this guy. And so Declan is like a big giant dude, a big presence, and they were completely going to put an alien over him. And they threw all of his stuff on the cutting room floor and then eventually brought it back in the special edition because it was the thing that George always wanted to do. And if you look for him in the movie Time Bandits, he's with Jack Purvis and Kenny Baker, who are also both in Star Wars, of course. And the costume he wears in Time Bandits, almost identical to the one he wore as Jabba the Hutt. It was pretty funny. Kind of wonder if he was just asked to like bring his own costume. Aaron Alston wrote 13 Star Wars novels and a whole bunch of short stories. He was born on the 8th of December, and he wrote X-Wing books and Legacy of the Force series and Clone Wars books and things like that. And that's it for birthdays. Let's see. As far as history goes, Knights of the Old Republic 2, the game, was released in 2004 on the 6th of this month. Star Wars, The Complete Encyclopedia was released in 2008. And those kind of books always really make me laugh because when you call something the Complete Encyclopedia, that usually implies that they're done.
Yeah.
And as we know, basically anything that's been put in a book called the Complete Encyclopedia, especially something that's like, 15 years old, is completely kaput. So now it's all about Wikipedia. Lucasfilm released 2 different sets of chopsticks at SIGGRAPH Asia. They also did SIGGRAPH here in Los Angeles. This was 2008. In Los Angeles, SIGGRAPH is the big computer graphics industry symposium. And it's where you go to find out the state of technology, things that people are working on that are really cool that you've maybe never seen before. Companies recruit there. It's really fascinating sort of trade show that happens. And I don't know if it was the last minute, but I was asked to come be a character at the Lucasfilm party that they were hosting. And it was myself and a new transfer into the area who came. She came into town to work on special effects and was trying to find a job there. So I asked her, since she was already at SIGGRAPH, I'm like, hey, they want me as Obi-Wan. I'm going to bring my Yoda puppet. Would you come wear my Stormtrooper armor? And so our friend Lisa Curtis, who was a new friend at the time, said, I will totally do this. And because I said, hey, do you want to come meet some ILM people? And she's like, yes, I do. And so she came in, she wore the Stormtrooper armor. We got her suited up. I did Obi-Wan and the puppet. And we met everybody from ILM, who Dennis Murin was walking around, and like all of these people who were like ILM legends. And nobody was talking to them. So we just spent the night talking to these awesome ILM people. And then their little goodie bag that they gave out was a little Chinese takeout food container with like almond cookies and fortune cookies, a bunch of stuff in, and some chopsticks. And the chopsticks had little clone troopers on them, and they were very cool. So
Jeff popped into Twitch to say hi to us. He's on a break. He's backstage at Disneyland.
Hey, guest control. So yep, he's doing the he's waving a lightsaber for the fireworks. Yeah, awesome. Hi, Jeff. Let's see, and then Jeremy Allen White joined The Mandalorian and the Grogu movie as Jabba's son. That's not history. That's new.
That's new. He's voicing Rota the Hutt, announced by Variety.
Yeah, Rota the Hutt We saw him in the Clone Wars, in the very first episode of the Clone Wars, which they took and made sort of a mini movie out of. He was the guy that they were trying to save, I think, who was basically just this little tadpole looking thing. It was like if you made a super cute chibi Jabba, that was it. And so that was the first mission that Ahsoka went on with Anakin, was to save him.
So the Variety said that in Return of the Jedi, when Leia killed Jabba, two of Jabba's cousins made a play for his territory and were defeated by Boba Fett. And they are guessing that, what's his name again? Rhoda the Hutt will be slipping into that argument.
Yeah.
With Boba Fett and Fennec Shand.
It's, somebody was theorizing that they might give him more of a buff enforcer kind of a look, to make him more of a threat, as opposed to the, typically slug-like appearance, because they've done some of that in the comic books, where it's like basically Jabba with a six-pack.
It's very silly.
Which is a little weird, but somebody said that he looked sort of buff. So
yeah,
we'll have to see. Jabba was obviously the Godfather, and if you think in terms of that and enforcers, I could see him having maybe a more athletic looking Hutt, even though that's nothing we've seen yet so far.
Right.
But yeah, it's the whole Clone Wars thing with the Hutts was a little bit weird, because we'd never seen a Hutt baby before, and that was Rhoda, and then there was like Jabba's cousin or uncle or something, which was a complete ripoff of Truman Capote, down to the really effeminate voice and flamboyant clothing. It was kind of cringy to have this sort of like flamboyantly sort of gay caricatured character as a Hutt, as the villain. It was awkward. Really awkward.
The next bit of news, which I put in quotes, the headline says that Felicity Jones confirms that she's still open for a Jyn Erso return ahead of Andor Season 2. But in reality, what happened is, during an interview that she was doing for a movie that she's doing called The Brutalist, which is coming out in 8 days, she said she was asked whether audiences have said goodbye to Jyn for good, and she said, never. We'll never say goodbye to her. She'll live on. She'll live on. I mean, never say never. She's a pretty badass character. Maybe she could come back as a hologram or something, which is completely possible in the Star Wars universe. So the answer is that if they offer it to her and she's available, then yes, she'll be back, but
she'll take it.
There's not any
plans
for that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing a prequel Andor series. They could easily do a prequel Jyn thing. The difficulty is that you can't have her inserted into the Andor thing, because they didn't really meet until the movie. So it wouldn't make a lot of sense.
You could have her walk by in the background.
Right. Exactly. It's like...
But also, I mean, you could do a prequel, but it's like just these articles where they ask someone a leading question and then publish it as if it's something that's real.
Well, and these are the sites that are like superhero hype, and it's right there in the name. They just they take one question, they make an entire story out of it, and it's nuts.
Well, they made an entire story out of what someone else, they're not even the original, it's Screen Rant.
Right.
Who started it.
Okay.
And then Rogue One just rewrote everything that Screen Rant did and said it again.
Yeah.
These very silly groups.
Well, and this happens with Disney stuff too. I was flipping through, I don't know, Facebook or something, or I got a list of news stories, quote unquote news stories, on my Google homepage, and one of them was like, Disney shuts down this fan favorite attraction forever, blah blah blah. And then it's like, no, Pirates of the Caribbean went down and they walked people off of it. And then they opened in like 20 minutes.
Very silly.
It's like, knock that stuff off, man. Stop torturing people.
Jeff theorized that she signed a contract to do the Air So Bunch sitcom.
Here's a story
Hard to do with an only child.
of a girl, Jen Erso.
Yeah.
That's true.
Do you want to take the rest in peace section?
I surely will. At the age of 84, we lost Tom Christopher, and that's not helping me. He was an actor who was on One Life to Live and things like that. I don't know why I can't get any of this stuff open because it's very strange. I'll see if. Oh, here we go. Okay, so he was Carlo Hessler, who was like the resident mobster up there, and did some other stuff here and there, like Kojak and T.J. Hooker, Hunter, Simon and Simon, and all of that kind of stuff. And so he played a lot of baddies leading into One Life to Live, where he continued to play a baddie up until like 2008. And they actually, let me rephrase that. So he went on to the show in 1990. He got killed off the show in 1996, and then he came back as his evil twin till 2008. So he got the full soap opera experience. This was kind of sad. I actually met this woman and her boyfriend outside of Tiana's
Restaurant?
Not the restaurant, but the ride. The
Tiana's
Bayou
Adventure?
Yeah. And I was trying to get onto the ride. She had been on the ride and was sort of drying off from the ride. She was there with her boyfriend, and she was super, super sweet. And we had a really interesting talk because Dominique Brown is a black Disney fan who did her own kind of social media stuff and Instagram and TikTok and all of that kind of thing. And she has a thing that was called Black Girl Disney. And as I frequently make a point here and elsewhere, is that I can never understand that. As is like a white guy with a fair amount of privilege, I can't understand the black experience. And I really appreciate anyone who will take the time to explain that to me. And one of the things that I've been really excited about with the changeover from Splash Mountain to Tiana's Bayou Adventure is that I've seen a lot of girls get really invested in it and feel represented at Disney because of it. Because, you know, there aren't a lot of black princesses, and there aren't a lot of rides that focus on black princesses. And it was pretty great. And so we had a long, nice talk about all this kind of stuff, what it meant to her, what her experiences were, what she thought about it. And I never made it onto the ride, but we talked for like an hour and some change. She was super, super sweet. She was just kind of starting to get a lot of her stuff off the ground, getting to premieres and things, the kind of stuff that we have failed at consistently. But she went to an event hosted by Box Lunch. If you know Box Lunch, it's sort of the adult version of Hot Topic. It was here in LA, and she apparently got food that she was allergic to and died. She went into anaphylactic shock, and even though she had let everybody know she had allergies, it was just really terrible, and they couldn't get medical attention to her soon enough, and she just like passed away really quickly. It was just kind of crazy, really kind of bizarre. So she was a really kind of interesting presence amongst all the influencers because she wasn't the normal type. She represented something very different, and I'm really kind of sad to hear that she passed. She was really nice and really kind of neat, and so it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Box Lunch because somebody's kind of responsible. If you give dietary restrictions, you expect those to be followed, and we'll have to find out who is actually really responsible for all of this. But very sad, and she was just like 30 something. I don't. Is her age in our
34?
34, yeah, in our documents. So anyway, super sweetheart, really kind of a nice person, and she was at Disneyland all the time, and just kind of shocking. I mean, it's too young, and especially for something like allergies. I know a lot of people who just like, oh, you're not really allergic to that, blah blah blah. They kind of blow that stuff off. You can't do that. You gotta. If somebody says they're allergic to something, you gotta take them at their word, because it can kill someone. It's just nuts. Merv Ruttenmund died at the age of 81. He played 13 seasons in the major leagues, and then became a hitting coach before he retired. He was with the Orioles in the 60s and the 70s, and went to a couple of the World Series and whatnot, and was also with the San Diego Padres. So sad to hear of his passing. Michael Cole passed away at the age of 84. And I'm having the worst time with my connection here tonight. Like, but and the amazing Kreskin passed away too at the age of 89. Who was the wasn't a psychic exactly. Michael Cole was the guy. Well, I'm trying to get all this stuff to load. He was the guy who was the one of the three main dudes in the Mod Squad. He was the white guy in the Mod Squad, basically. He was with Peggy Lipton and Clarence Williams III. They were the rest of the Mod Squad, and he was 84 when he passed away. But that show was like really kind of a different kind of show. It changed television quite a bit, and made a lot of the detectives kind of younger and hipper and more diverse, and kind of changed how studios approached and channels approached doing their detective shows. He did Murder, She Wrote, and Fantasy Island, and Wonder Woman, and The Love Boat, and General Hospital, and a whole bunch of stuff like that. And then a lot of stage stuff like Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. And then Kreskin.
He was a mentalist.
Yes, and which is a better description than, psychic, I suppose. But he would go on and make predictions of what was going to happen in the upcoming year. Always popular around the New Year's, and he would go on like Johnny Carson and stuff.
But
like
he
that.
said that he wasn't a psychic, occultist, or fortune teller. He wasn't a mind reader, medium, or hypnotist. He was a scientist, a researcher in the field of suggestion and extrasensory perception.
Which is mind reading.
He says he's not a mind reader.
I know, but he had a TV series in Canada that was a pretty big deal. But and of course everybody can make lots of jokes going, "Oh, he died at 89. I wonder if he saw it coming," or whatever. But he was inspired by Mandrake the Magician, the old a 1930s comic strip to become a mentalist.
I was thinking it would be fun to look up old Mandrake the Magician comic strips because Mandrake the Magician is a crime-fighting stage magician.
Right?
I mean,
That could have been your dad.
Yeah. And I was reading the article and it says that he appeared many times on the Merv Griffin show. So my dad probably actually knew him.
Yeah, it actually would have been really interesting to get your dad's point of view on him.
Yeah.
Because, as a stage magician that your dad was,
Right.
I bet he would have had some interesting stuff in common with Kreskin. I want to know what his success success rate is with predictions and stuff
Over his lifetime.
But every talk show from Johnny Carson and Merv to like Howard Stern, and he had a couple of books too, like How to Be a Fake Kreskin. It was pretty funny.
He claimed he only failed 10 or 11 times.
10 or 11 times. Well, yeah, I'd have to look that up.
Someone else published something called The Amazing Kreskin Unmasked.
Ooh, dun dun dun.
Yeah.
Well, but if he was a scientist, if he did this through observation and research, I mean, he had just as good a chance as anybody who was just making stuff up. And if he was looking at trends and looking at the way the world was going and doing things like that to make his predictions,
Yeah.
he could have a pretty good accuracy rate. And really, it's observational. And we see people all the time who are like, oh, this is how we think the economy is going to go, and this is how we think whatever's going to go. And these people are considered learned pundits. Kreskin just had an air of entertainment about him. So
Yeah.
it's I think that's fine.
He also taught classes for law enforcement groups focusing on psychological methods such as jogging lost memories through relaxation techniques or detecting lies through body language and voice inflection.
Interesting. As long as he wasn't doing that, repressed memory, awful things that happen.
Oh, yeah.
That annoys the crap out of me. But yeah, it's he was a really interesting guy, and I mean, of course, you can go on YouTube and you can watch his old talk show appearances and stuff like that. I like people who do stuff like that. I was always a big fan, and I think he passed away too. The Amazing Randy, who basically would look at stuff, show you amazing things, and then completely debunk them, which was great. And he's like, okay, yeah, this is why.
He died in 2020.
He's like, this is why this is crap. And I think Randy.
He wrote a book called Flim Flam.
Yeah, and that was the thing. And he had a paranormal challenge that he was offering, and he had the James Randi Educational Foundation, which sounds very official, offered to pay out $1 million, United States dollars, to anyone who could demonstrate a supernatural or paranormal ability under scientific conditions. And so, like, everybody would agree on them. You would go into the place and you would demonstrate your ability. And if you could prove that it was connected to the supernatural, he would give you $1 million. And of course, it was all hyperbole from his thing. But it was him going, look, I tell you this crap is fake. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. And if you can prove me wrong, I will give you money. I mean, that's gutsy, But anyway, you have he pretended to award the prize to a magician as an April Fool's joke. And so like,
Wow.
they set up the test, and he said, "Oh my God, you did it! You proved me wrong. That's amazing. Here's the $1 million." And it was like April Fools.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
All right, it's the top of the hour. You want to
It is
talk about
indeed.
that?
This is Docking Bay 94. I am Obi-Shawn Crosby.
I'm calling Kaylee Crosby.
Jeff Solo Donoho is out working, and Boba-Kit Sovine is doing all of our links and stuff in the chat. And she does all the social media stuff over on Docking Bay 94. So all those things that I get alerts. They're like, so-and-so liked and laughed and did this thing. So if you like all that kind of stuff, if you're checking stuff out over at Docking Bay 94 on Facebook, it's all Kit. Working pretty hard over there. So we appreciate that. You are listening to us on sci-fi.radio. Sci-fi for your Wi-Fi. 24/7. We have nerd music and shows and all sorts of things going on. I do a morning show there from 9 in the morning to 11 in the morning Pacific time, 12 to 1 Eastern time. So, join me Monday through Friday if you want, or look at our schedule and see all the other really cool things that are going on. We have our own strange transmissions show, which is sort of the Dr. Demento vibe over here on there. We've got all sorts of stuff that you might be interested in addition to this show, which is here every Thursday that we're able to do it. You could be watching us on Facebook or on YouTube or on Twitch. And wherever you happen to be, if there's a way to like or subscribe or otherwise let us know that you're there, please do. And then, of course, we are always lurking over here on the chat. And we appreciate when you pop in. Kim Trell just popped in on YouTube. And I see Sam Neville came in on Facebook, and all sorts of people. Budal is there, and people jumping in and out. So we are very grateful for you joining us, because otherwise, I mean, Colleen and I have these conversations all the time just by ourselves.
Yeah.
We don't have to do it on video.
That is what we talk about.
Yeah, this is a normal night at the Crosby household.
Right.
It's just that we're doing it on camera and radio on Thursdays.
So something cool to talk about is that there is like kind of a train experience museum up above San Luis Obispo. And they have the original Disneyland Railroad cars.
Oh, they do the yellow ones,
Yeah,
right?
the yellow ones with the open windows.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they are doing a Christmas event called Christmas at the Ranch. And it's open every weekend in the lead up to Christmas Day. So weekends through December 22nd for $40 for adults, I think. And less for kids, maybe 20 for kids. I looked at tickets. Oh, 25 for kids and 40 for adults. Kids under 2 are free. And they're doing a whole little festival there.
Yeah.
Where they've got the cars have been restored. Some of the cars have been restored. So you'll be able to see what the train cars look like on Disneyland's opening day.
Right. So one of the interesting things, I remember when these cars came into the LA Live Steamers compound, they showed up there, and I think some of the restoration was done over there.
Oh, neat.
The LA Live Steamers has scaled trains that they ride around, and then
I've still never been there.
They are next to Travel Town, and between those two things that are all sort of train related, I think they took these things in, and so they had the main passenger cars, but they also had the Disneyland mail cars, which you could sit in too, but they were set up. Walt was so concerned with authentic train experience at Disneyland, and you can make the argument that all of Disneyland was really set up around Walt's love of trains, because when they first set up the trains at Disneyland, they were set up to work like real trains, and there were 2 lines that ran. There were two sets of trains, and if you're ever sitting in the train depot at Main Street and you look outside to the left, if you're sitting on the car facing forward and you look to the left, there's another subset of track over there, and that was where one train used to derail off to the side so that another train could pass. And one of the trains was a passenger train, and that's where all these yellow cars came from, and they had the mail cars and the regular passenger stuff. And then the second train was cargo and livestock. And so you would ride in a cattle car, and which was like the big open beams and stuff and things like that. But it turned out that people didn't like riding in cattle cars. They thought that was no fun. And they also, the train system was too realistic for what Disneyland needed. And so having to divert a train so that another train could go by was way too complicated for the people working at Disneyland. And so they had a derailment. They had to bring a crane in and pick the train back up and put it back on the tracks. And once they did that, Walt kind of went, well, all right, as much as I love my trains, how about we put a bunch of just, regular scenic view cars on. And so those trains where you sit sideways and you look inward towards the park, that's where those cars came in. And they got rid of the yellow ones, and they got rid of the cattle cars. And they stopped doing the side rail thing and just started running a couple of trains on the loop. They've made life so easy on themselves. It was really funny. But it's really great that you can go see these old trains, and they're nice. They're like really nice on the inside.
So you can get on a train of your choice, either a 1940s diesel locomotive with open-air cars or an 1800s steam engine pulling the Disneyland's historic train cars. And they will take you on a scenic, illuminated 2-mile ride that ends at Santa's Village with live carolers, magic show, pony ride, and St. Nicholas. So it would be fun if it weren't so far away.
For a minute there, I thought you said a magic pony show.
A magic, yeah. No, that's not what I said.
It's in Rancho Margarita? Oh,
It's
Santa Margarita Ranch.
Yeah, it's actually north of San Luis Obispo, I think.
Oh, okay.
Not far from there.
Because Rancho Santa Margarita
Is different.
is south of here. It's
Right.
actually where Taco Bell is based out of, and I used
Yeah.
to go there all the time. And I'm like, that's not that far. But
It is.
I'm looking at a Google map here, and it is, in fact, much farther north. It's between San Luis Obispo and Atascadero,
Yeah. It's just north of San Luis
inland
Obispo.
of Morro Bay. So, well, that's too bad that it's that far, because it's not like even a day trip, really.
Yeah,
for
it's
us
kind of
down
like if we were, that would be the halfway point if we were going on a trip to San Francisco or something, or you would go up there for a weekend. If you lived in Santa Barbara, that would be a day trip.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Maybe Ventura.
It's a 3.5 hour trip with no traffic, depending on the way you go. It's 3.5 hours one way if you go the 200-mile route. And if you go the 209-mile route, it's 4 hours and 3 minutes.
And right now, I think there's only one route that will work because everything else is on fire.
Well, I mean, obviously, you don't go through Malibu.
Yeah.
The route I'm looking at completely avoids Malibu. It's
Well, that's good.
Yeah, basically where Mark Hamill lives is on fire right now.
And Dick Van Dyke, they had to evacuate him.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah, actually, we have an article about that. Dick Van Dyke was evacuated safely, but apparently one of their cats is missing. So it says that that Dick Van Dyke, who turns 99 on Friday, said he and his wife Arlene and their animals are safe except for a cat who remains missing. Bobo escaped as we were leaving. We're praying that he'll be okay and our community in Sarah Retreat will survive these terrible fires. A home across the street from Van Dyke's home burned down, but the actor's home has been spared from the flames so far. A Catholic conference center has been damaged. Mark Hamill also lives in the area impacted by flames. He posted on social media that he was going into lockdown. Why are you laughing?
Because it sounds like you said Mark Hamill also lives in the area, comma, impacted by flames, which made it sound like he was on fire.
No. But he did go into lockdown. He said, I'm not allowed to leave the house, which fits in perfectly with my elderly recluse lifestyle, the 73-year-old Star Wars actor joked. But he's way younger than Dick Van Dyke, so I don't know about the elderly thing. Cher also fled her home to a hotel. Barbara Streisand owns a home in the area. Several other homes in the area suffered minor damage to garages and decks, but community members joined firefighters in structure protection efforts to help prevent further devastation. So anyway, Malibu is very used to being on fire. So
Right, and it's what's really funny is that people I know who live elsewhere, who are like, hundreds of thousands of acres burn in these giant wildfires, are like, oh, poor Malibu with your 100 acres on fire, whatever. But the reality of it is it's impacted with lots and lots of people over there. Everybody wants to live near the beach. The houses are really, really old. They're all made out of wood, and they're dried out in the heat. And
the coast route, I'm looking at a Franklin fire, although it hasn't been updated in like 8 hours. Google's been like this lately, Google Maps.
yeah.
It does not update.
No, it doesn't.
I used to be able to follow Sean so that I would know, like, on a day when he went to Disneyland, I could open Google Maps and go, oh, he's in
on Star
Galaxy's
Tours,
Edge.
yeah, whatever.
And it was fun for me. Can't do that anymore because it'll say 5 hours ago he was on the freeway. And I'm like, well, that does me no good.
Right.
Pacific Coast Highway between, what road is this? The 27. Is it Topanga Canyon? Between Topanga Canyon Road and all the way up to Zuma Beach is closed for this fire.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. And in fact, Colleen and I are supposed to go to a play at the Theatricum Botanicum, which is an outdoor garden theater. We're supposed to see Ewan McGregor, in fact, do A Christmas Carol.
That's who's doing. I couldn't remember who was in it.
Yeah, it's Ewan McGregor and his wife, like Mary Elizabeth Mastro Antonio, who is Hera. She plays Hera.
Yeah, and somebody else.
And yeah, I don't remember who else. But because it's outside, I don't know if they're going to cancel because it's covered with ash and has smoke in the air. And
I got an email this morning saying, "Don't forget you have tickets for this." So, which I'm sure was an auto email, but still. But yeah, currently the road to get to the Theatricum Botanicum is closed from the beach side, but is still open from the 101 freeway side.
right.
So, yeah. We'll just have to see on Saturday morning how contained the fire is.
Oh.
And if it's not contained, then it might not be safe to go in there.
Right. Just as a side note, the Theatricum Botanicum was founded by Will Geer and his wife from...
Did you forget that?
No. What I did forget is who the other person was in the play that we are seeing, which is like It's a Wonderful Life done as a radio drama, which we were supposed to do this month, and we couldn't get actors to do it.
Yeah.
The third person who is in it that is of note, and I'm sure there are more people too, if you watch The Boys or Deadwood or Breaking Bad or Supernatural, Jim Beaver is in it, and he plays Bobby in Supernatural. The guy is a bunch of idiots. He's like that dude.
Right.
which is cool. He's been in The Boys for 10 episodes.
There's only 5 people in this, so I would think that if there were 2 more famous people in it, that they would have said something.
Oh, okay.
So I think the other people are probably less famous.
Probably. But anyway, we thought it would be fun because we have performed that live in the same way. We have also seen other live radio presentations of it done by the Mark and Brian show that were actually really good. Dana Delaney was in the one that we saw with
Oh,
a whole bunch of really great people. Jess Harnell was in it, and
Dick Van Dyke found us cat.
oh, he did. Oh,
Yeah.
good. I was going to mention about Dick Van Dyke, and I'll post this over in the. Although, man, this link is really long. I'll post this over in the various chats. So Dick Van Dyke is in a music video with Coldplay, and it's Chris Martin who's in Coldplay, right? So Chris Martin had no idea who Dick Van Dyke was.
Really?
They just knew that they wanted a really old guy for this song that they were writing, this video that they were going to do.
Oh my gosh.
And somebody went, well, you know who the oldest guy is? Dick Van Dyke, who's like turning 99, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, sounds great. Dick Van Dyke, conversely,
Didn't know who
didn't know
Coldplay
who
was.
Coldplay was. And so they got together and they were like instant brothers. They thought it was amazing. And as entertainers on their own, and they just had the best time together. They shot this amazing video and had so much fun together that it's just delightful. Absolutely delightful.
I have to tell you guys, everybody go and watch this video. It is just brought tears to my eyes. It is just charming and wonderful.
And there's some great behind the scenes stuff about it too. There's a lot of stuff, and they, I think the video that I posted was a little more behind the scenesy, and I think there's an actual song video that just came out like on the 10th or something, and it's just so funny to watch these guys bond, and Chris Martin sitting at the piano making up a song, and Dick Van Dyke is just delighted that he's making up a song, like right here he's making up a song, and he's like freaking out. It's just really great because Chris Martin is like half Dick Van Dyke's age, and they just had this instant bond, and it was just really terrific. And I just can't believe Dick Van Dyke's still going.
And he danced in the video.
Yes, he danced, and it's just
you guys
crazy.
have to watch it. It is just delightful. It'll make your day.
We had gone. Colleen, I think Colleen was there, and we were at what's that restaurant in downtown that's like the breakfast restaurant? It's like the
breast
pantry.
restaurant?
Breakfast restaurant.
I have never been to the pantry, so it wasn't me.
Oh, so it wasn't you. So Dick Van Dyke was there. And you could walk up to his table and you could say hi. And what was really funny is that sitting in the restaurant, you would hear singing from their table. And it was, somebody would just walk up to Dick Van Dyke and go, oh my God, I loved you in Mary Poppins. And suddenly he's singing Chim Chim Cheree. And the rest of the people at the table are like filling in parts.
That is fabulous.
It was nuts. It was crazy. And you're just like, he's just like on all the time. And we think of Robin Williams and this weird manic energy that he always had, where he like, you could set Robin Williams off with a word and he would just be off and running and in left field and crazy and whatever. And then he would kind of calm down and come back to whatever was going on. And I was fortunate enough to see that firsthand at the radio station I worked at. It was the comedy format thing. But it was dangerous because you would like say something and then it would take like 10 minutes for him to calm down. And Dick Van Dyke is the same, but controlled, where it's like you say something, he's like, that reminds me of this, and then he's like singing or talking or telling a story, or just being generally entertaining, and as opposed to Robin Williams, who's like bouncing off the walls cartoon style, Dick Van Dyke goes into he starts to hold court, where he just like says, okay, I'm going to tell a story now, all eyes on me, and it's all subconscious, and you're just like, wow. And there's just like some people just have that. They just have that vibe. It's crazy. And Dick Van Dyke just blows my mind. He always has.
Yeah. Watch the video.
Yeah, it's so good. It's really, really
good.
And I threw it up in all the chats. Sorry for the really, really long link. But it's also on my Facebook page. You can scroll back through it and find it there, because it was just an amazing, amazing guy. And he's 99. I mean, he's going to be a hard one to lose.
Do you want to talk about something else, John? I'm not trying to divert you.
No worries. No, it's just that we're in sort of speed round mode.
Yeah.
And I get that. I am not sure we need this. I know that I don't need this. And I'm saying this hot on the heels of the Mufasa movie that's opening. They're talking about doing a live-action Tangled adaptation. I like Tangled. I like the movie quite a bit.
They're just live-actioning everything that they have animated.
And it's like, I don't need to see this. And it's going to be like a real actress with CG hair. It's just going to be weird. And I have to say too that I'm a little bit put off from Tangled a bit, as much as I love it, because of Zachary Levi.
What did he do? I keep hearing that he did something bad.
Well, okay, so Zachary Levi has gone full right wing, which is okay.
Oh,
he's allowed to do that. That's perfectly. But he right before the election came out and said, "Well, hey, I'm throwing my hat in the ring with Trump, and I'm doing whatever." And he's like, "This is probably going to end my career," but what it really did is, because, okay, look, you can vote for who you want to vote for. You can support who you want to vote for. We're not going to tell you to do it, even if we don't agree with it. But the thing that really turned out to be a bummer is that people who worked with him started coming out and going, this is who he's been all along. Not that he's been right wing or whatever. It's just that he's been like really kind of bullyish, and somebody was saying he did a play.
Jeff says he's an anti-vaxxer too.
He is. He's an anti-vaxxer, which is a real bummer. And that I will take umbrage with, because that's important. As a guy who just got over COVID, it would have kicked my ass if I wasn't vaxxed.
Yeah.
I'd still be fighting it so much more than I am. But the thing with Zach Levi is that people who were in plays with him on Broadway and stuff were like, he's got to be the center of attention. He will mansplain to you what your part is in the play. He will suck the energy out of the room. He tries to make everything like sort of this party atmosphere that revolves around him. A bunch of stuff you don't want to hear about someone you like. Because I liked Zach Levi. I liked Chuck. I thought Chuck was great. I liked a bunch of other stuff he did. I liked the Shazam movie. I thought it was fine. But, you don't want to hear an actor's a tool. And in fact, we met him. We met Zach Levi at Levi. I don't know how to say his name. We met him at Comic-Con he used to host a thing outside of Comic-Con that were a bunch of panels that raised money for charity. I mean, the guy's had his heart in the right place. You just don't want to hear that he's a tool. So
yeah.
That's the only thing really bothers me. And so, like, it's not like they're going to get these guys to come be in this live action thing. But I actually like the performances in the cartoon. I think it's very well cast. And
yeah,
I don't need to see this live.
Honestly, I haven't, even the Disney live action movies that I've wanted to support for having positive diversity, I don't really have any interest in seeing them live action, which is weird because I'm not all that into animated shows.
Right.
So you would think that I would be like, yay, live action.
Well,
I
and
don't know.
and
They're
some
not doing
of
it
them,
for me.
like I know some people who are super excited to go see Mufasa. They absolutely love The Lion King and whatever, and that's great. It's not for me, but that they love it and that they're excited by it, awesome, terrific, way to go. So I mean, somebody must be watching these things, but I'm looking at the live action Snow White, and I'm just not impressed. And it's like, and in that case, the casting's a little weird too, because Snow White is cute, but she's not like insanely beautiful. And then you look at the Evil Queen, and she's Gal Gadot, and I'm like, seriously, Gal Gadot is having like image issues because of that Snow White?
That's weird.
And it's not that Snow White's unattractive or anything. It's just that Snow White's got to be more beautiful than the Evil Queen, or at least on par, so that the Queen gets all bent out of shape. And I'm not seeing it. That's just me.
Well, Snow White was actually like 12 too, so
Well,
it's all kind of icky.
I don't think so in the Disney version,
Yeah.
but I could be wrong. I
I don't
always
know how old
figured
she's supposed to be in the Disney version.
I always figured that she was sort of
Like 16.
16. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting to find out. Let's see. What is there to talk about? Selena Gomez got engaged to someone named Benny Blanco, and it is big news because people other than me seem to know who Benny Blanco is. But the reason I found out was because Steve Martin posted a photo of Selena Gomez and Steve Martin and what's his name? Who's in there?
Martin Short.
Martin Short, and said, "Congratulations on your engagement from your two weird uncles," which I thought was adorable.
Well, and I've seen her in interviews, and it is adorable because she's like, who knew that my best friends would turn out to be 70 years old?
Right?
Which is really funny. So Benny Blanco, who likes to use all lowercase with his name for some reason, is a record producer and a songwriter. And so he has worked with Justin Bieber, Ed Sheeran, Eminem, Katy Perry, Maroon 5, Christina Aguilera, lots and lots and lots of extraordinarily famous people.
Oh, okay.
And lest you forget, because we've seen her in a lot of acting stuff, Selena Gomez kind of started as a singer. So it sort of makes sense to me. And
Yeah.
of course, we're happy for her in any case. Because
Right.
love is awesome.
Yep.
And so, yeah. And it's there's a Forbes article with a great title. It says Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco are engaged, and the internet has opinions.
No. The internet should keep its opinions to itself.
Right. And it's just
Unless they are congratulations or mazel tov.
right. And it's one of those things where people forget what Benny Blanco does or don't know what he does. And so they're like, here's Benny Blanco asking Selena Gomez for money to buy her a ring, because she's had such a great career and she's raking the bucks and things like that. Or
People should stop making stuff up.
right. And people who are like, oh, Benny Blanco is such a weird looking dude. He gives the rest of us hope.
Sean, why don't you talk about Spider-Man 4?
Well, Spider-Man 4, like everybody wants to see Spider-Man 4 because Tom Holland just kicks ass.
Well, how did Tom Holland reveal this in a spilled interview or something where he said a bunch of stuff he wasn't supposed to? Because that's the only real way that you should hear details like this.
That's what Tom Holland does. Actually, Amy Pascal, who is a Marvel producer, is the one who's been sort of throwing this stuff out. But a lot of people are like, No Way Home was a great way to end, his tenure as Peter Parker. But it did kind of like leave everything sort of hanging. It wasn't super happy. But Destin Daniel, Destin Daniel Cretton, who did Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings, is apparently signed on to direct, which should be really cool. And there was an appearance that Holland did in October of a podcast that said he and Zendaya read the script together and were bouncing around the living room. They were so excited by it.
Do you want to know that I'm picturing them on elastic tethers, bouncing around really high?
I'm kind of impressed with them that they've managed to make their relationship work.
Yeah, here's hoping that they are able to keep it good and happy and
and it's
strong.
And it may just be that they are on such equal footing in their careers,
right?
That they can like make it do. The other thing too is that Tom Holland has never demonstrated that he does not have a good head on his shoulders. He's very down to earth. He's very normal guy. And I think that goes a long way to it too. It's like his ego's not in the way.
Very nice.
And he's having fun.
Yeah.
He's having fun.
We did one of the Spider-Man movies. We did some of the stunts for it. And he comes in and does his own stunts. And so we worked with him for a couple of days. And he decided that he didn't want to wait for lunch. And so he ordered pizza for the entire cast and crew.
For everybody.
Because he didn't want to eat pizza in front of other people without offering it to them. Now, for me, it was a problem because I'm like, now what am I going to do with all this food I ordered? But
curse you, Tom Holland!
But it was so nice of him, and he's just a very nice young man.
That's pretty funny.
So, and I can only imagine from seeing their interactions together and things that Zendaya is just equally nice, and I hope for many years of happiness for them.
Yeah, it's good to hear. It's good to hear a celebrity couple make it. So
right.
Don says he was having trouble with video. Sorry about that, dude. There's a weird connection going on right now, and so I don't know quite what's.
It would be funny
happening.
If the whole Tom Holland can't keep secrets thing were planned.
Right.
They're like, hey, let's make it sound like the kid can't keep his mouth shut, and we'll get chatter going about what's coming up. So it would be really interesting if this was all a ploy and he actually didn't spill anything.
Well, and he's not the only one. Doesn't Mark Ruffalo have a problem too?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Mark Ruffalo
to be honest, I work for a studio, and like the stuff that I know is so minimal anyway, especially because I can't remember what the different projects are we work on. But I'm like paranoid about saying anything, not because I'm not allowed to say anything, but because I'm afraid I will forget what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say.
Right.
And so I try to just not say anything because I don't want to get in trouble.
And that's a tricky thing. And so when I work for Colleen's company, I am very frequently either doing props, which keeps me very busy, and it gives me opportunity to interact with a lot of really great actors, which is terrific, and stuntmen. And then sometimes I'm the cameraman, where I'm just observing and I'm making sure I catch all of this stuff on camera. And again, getting to work with some really great actors and things. And so I try to remember all of that. And you have to be really careful. Every time we come back and do a thing, you have to ask the production, when can I say something? When am I allowed to post any pictures? Whatever. And in fact, in a lot of cases, you're not supposed to take pictures, but you kind of do anyway, because in a lot of cases, especially with me as a cameraman, the production will come up and go, "Hey, did you get anything good? Can you share any pictures you took?" And I used to not take pictures, but now they ask me this so frequently that I do. And nobody stops me, and it's like, okay, whatever. But I don't throw them all up on my Facebook page. You won't find almost any pictures on my Facebook page. But we have to ask the production, when can we do this? When is this allowed? And sometimes they'll throw us a curveball. Like, we just finished up something on the last shooting I think we're ever going to do on the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And I said, well, when can I talk about it? And the producer is just super nice guy, says,
I love him.
He's the best. And he's like, dude, we released the game like a year ago. I'm like, what? He's like, oh yeah, it's been out for, and then I did the math and I'm like, you released it on the anniversary of the day the movie came out, like 50 years later. He's like, yes. And I'm like, and you didn't tell me. He's like, yes. And, so it's like I could have been talking about it all this time. And it's like, no. And then they'll do something like, there's a Batman VR game that's coming out that they're starting to post footage that I shot, which is really interesting. My reference footage and stuff with some of the actors in it. And since they released the trailer, since they're putting that footage out, we're allowed to talk about it. And it's really, really tricky because you don't want to blow anything. You don't want the company to come down hard because there are non-disclosure agreements and there's, potential lawsuits if you blow all this kind of stuff. But what are they going to do? Sue Tom Holland?
Well, I mean, that's all in his contract probably. So, yes.
Yeah. So.
Oh, wait. Somebody else already put him there. I just, we're sending out Christmas cards, and I'm just looking to make sure they were on the list of people who are getting Christmas cards. And they are.
Yay.
All right, so we should talk about Robot Vacuum Cleaner.
This was just adorable. So Colleen and I have all sorts of problems with our robot vacuum cleaner.
Our robot vacuum cleaner is recalcitrant.
Yes.
And I feel like having a robot vacuum is like trying to get a teenager to vacuum for you.
Right. Well, and to be fair, ours is, it's by Samsung and it's pretty old. It's from like 2008 or something like that. I don't remember how far back it was, but I like to keep it because it's a project I worked on. Although, to be fair, I have been looking at other robot vacuums in the auctions that I do to see if there's something better and more up to date that might work a little bit better. And the reason I like our vacuum is because it's Darth Vader, but it acts like Darth Vader. It doesn't want to work. Sometimes you tell it to do something and it will respond as Darth Vader and go, no.
It does that a lot,
and it does. It's just like nuts. And our regular upright vacuum died, and so we and if the power goes out, that's it for the vacuum. You have to reset it, you have to recharge it, you have to reset up the app for it. It's very, very complex, needlessly so, and it's exactly why it didn't sell very well, I'm sure. And they made a Stormtrooper one and they made a Vader one instead of following my suggestion, which was to make it R2-D2 and BB-8, because who wouldn't want cute droids cleaning your house?
Yeah.
But that
would have been really awesome.
Yeah, so that was a problem. But in the meantime, there has been a fair number of things like you have various natural disasters and things like that, and somebody's Roomba got out, and it went for a walk down the street. It just cruising.
There was an earthquake. And that's when it got out.
Yeah, and it was kind of adorable because you always hear about Roombas doing weird things in your house.
You always hear about somebody who has a pet that poops on the floor and then the Roomba gets out and drags it all around the house
and smears it
around.
And,
nightmare.
Yeah, but in this case, it gets out of the house and just like they got it on the Ring camera going down the street, and the owners of it are like, we couldn't find him. They were like, putting up, Christmas decorations and stuff, and they're like, we had no idea where it went.
That's funny.
And it's so you have to be kind of careful with stuff like that. And of course it's a little beat up, and it needs to.
Well, after running around in the street, it's gonna be beat up.
Right.
Right.
But I think that I keep looking at the auctions that we have, and I keep thinking of maybe replacing it with something that's a little more up to date. Because I like the idea of it, and when it works well. But it's so cantankerous and difficult. But when it because
I don't think it works all that well.
Well,
I think that it doesn't clean the edges of a room.
well, that's probably true. But I have it. When I clean it out, it has so much stuff in it that it's
doing something.
It finds the dust bunnies, and it does all that kind of thing. And that I would consider doing it. I just it's one of those things where I have a hard time giving up something I worked on. Regardless, and it represents kind of a neat memory for me because I got to go to Samsung and talk to the engineers about it in Korea.
I think the other reason why I think that it doesn't work is because it almost never vacuums, because like it got turned off when we went to New York, and we got back from New York the first week of October, and it has not worked.
Yeah,
that entire time.
It's because we turned the power off, and I have to like reseat it and do whatever.
So when you are buying things at auction, I would like you to not bid on any ruby slippers.
No, I won't.
Because the stolen ruby slippers that were worn by Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz, one of like 4 or 5 pairs.
5 pairs that we know of, but one of them is marked number 7. So there were at least 7 of them.
Wow. It was auctioned last week, December 7th, last Saturday, for $28 million.
Not counting the buyer's premium, which then pushes it up over $32 million.
What is the buyer's premium?
The buyer's premium is the amount that you have to pay to the auction house. So, and this applies to stuff I buy at auction. So I'll buy I'll buy something at auction for $10, and then I have to give them like $1.50. I got to pay like 15% premium or something. Yeah, that's how the auction.
It's supposed to be built in.
No, that's how the auction houses make money. And so so with the auction house's premium, it went up to $32 million, and so. Here's a weird thing about me. I seem to know a lot about the ruby slippers. And not only that, I have held at least 3 pairs of ruby slippers in my hands.
I have held 0 pairs of ruby slippers in my hands.
Which are crazy. I like the real actual Judy Garland ruby slippers. So there are, I think, 4 pairs, potentially 5, depending on how you count it, pairs of ruby slippers that we know of. We know the whereabouts of. Some have been sold to private parties. They're probably still, floating around somewhere. And all of these were sold in the 1970s when Warner Brothers cleared out all of their wardrobe and MGM and things like that. They were believed to have been made by Western Costume Company. It was an absolutely huge costume house here in Hollywood. And they're differentiated by the sizes they are. And so like there's one pair that is has double written inside them that they believe were used for the Judy Garland like stunt double and Judy Garland. There is a pair that they call the Witch's Shoes, which Colleen and I saw at the Academy Museum on Wilshire, which is the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, opened their own museum. They have what they call the Witch's Shoes, and those are the hero shoes. Those are the ones that they're absolutely gorgeous. They are in perfect shape. They do not have felt on the bottom of the shoes, which is significant because the ones that they were used to do the Yellow Brick Road skipping stuff all had orange felt on the bottom of them because the Yellow Brick Road was painted plywood and it made a lot of clunky noisings. So they had to silence those in some way. And the ones at the Academy Museum, they were on the Wicked Witch of the East at the beginning. They were the ones that were apparently used to click her heels 3 times, because if you look at the soles, you see swirls where they were, clicking heels and stuff. And they've also been scientifically examined so they could see what the compositional makeup of all the sequins and the stones and stuff were. So absolutely crazy. So those you can go see in the museum. The Smithsonian has a pair. And then there was this pair that's been missing for like 13 years. And this pair belonged to a guy who had a huge, huge costume collection. He was working with Debbie Reynolds and he was fighting with Debbie Reynolds. And he was going to be in a museum with her. And then he changed his mind at some point. And he took his ruby slippers. He put them in a Judy Garland museum. And then they got stolen. And they've been missing for 13 years. And the FBI tracked them down. They finally got the things back. And one of the things, and I don't know why they didn't fix this. This drives me nuts. Like, as an OCD guy, this drives me out of my mind. The pair that the Smithsonian has and the pair that they just auctioned off are 2 different pairs mixed up. So the left shoe is 6.5 and the right shoe is 6. And then the left shoe on the other one is 6 and the right shoe on the other one is 6.5. I'm like, trade. Make a 6.5 set and a 6 set. It'd be really great. The other mystery set of slippers, which was auctioned off for considerably less money, like a couple $100,000, are something called the Arabian test shoes, and these are the ones that Debbie Reynolds had, and these are one of the sets that I got to hold, and they are very fancy curled-toed witches-looking shoes that they did as a test and then decided they were too weird and went with the very modern 1930s style shoes that you saw in the movie instead of these curled-toed, big-heeled, Arabian-looking things. And so those are in a private company thing. And like the ruby slippers are huge, and everybody connects with them in some way. We've all seen The Wizard of Oz. We've all seen it in Technicolor, so they're absolutely gorgeous and processed, and they're kind of dull in person. They look like a fish with all the sequins on them, and unless you put the right lighting under them, which the Academy Museum does, they're not very pretty. But in the Academy Museum, they're like, these are what the shoes look like. This is it under screen lighting, and this is why they were beautiful. And the lights come up and they come down and they come up and they come down, and you can see the difference between the two. Very clever display. But we all have a connection to The Wizard of Oz. And right now, of course, because of Wicked, this was a pretty good time to sell them. So, I mean, and having known the guy who owns them, I remember him. He was never like a super rich guy, but he is now. Oh, my God.
Wow.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
You've held the pair that just sold.
I held the pair that was just sold. I've held them in my hot little hands. Looked inside, saw the, Judy Garland written on the inside and the sizing and all of that kind of thing. They're just silk pumps that were dyed.
What were the other 2 that you held?
I've held the Arabian shoes with Debbie Reynolds. And I had, because they went through Debbie Reynolds' shop at the same time, these witches shoes that are in the Academy Museum. Okay. So I've seen the Hero Perfect ones. I had the Arabian shoes, and I had these other ones that just got auctioned.
Wow. So
yeah, it's absolutely. And the guy who owned them, who auctioned them, his costume collection was terrific. This was in the 80s, and of course, if they were to have sold these shoes in the 80s, they only would have fetched something like $150,000 at the most. Like the disparity is insane. But he had stuff like costumes from Casablanca, Cleopatra, Marilyn Monroe's clothing. I mean, he had an incredible collection. And I don't know what his falling out was with
Debbie
Reynolds, but it was really a bummer because between the two of them, because she had an amazing collection too, they might have gotten that museum off the ground. Debbie
Oh, that's
Reynolds,
too bad.
all her stuff got sold because she couldn't know she was going to open a museum in Vegas, and she couldn't get the people to back her in exactly the way that Forrest J. Ackerman could not get his museum going of all of his collection of science fiction props and costumes and books and paintings and all the amazing stuff he collected from 1939 to the day he died.
Right.
That was all supposed to go to some museum somewhere, and nobody did it. And now there's a lot of people who are like, retroactively going, we got to get a museum, we got to get a museum, and you could have had one. But at the time, both with Debbie Reynolds and with Forrest J. Ackerman, sci-fi wasn't as accepted as it
Popular.
is now. It wasn't as
Yeah.
mainstream as it is now. Yeah, it was really kind of nuts. So
Yep. All
Crazy.
right, so we have 10 minutes left. And what else do we want to talk about?
I don't think I teased anything else we need to talk about.
No, I highlighted all the things you teased,
yeah,
so
we talked
and then I told you to talk about them.
about all
So,
that. So. Yeah, I've been checking too. So not.
I guess we could talk about Lin-Manuel Miranda saying that he chose to work on Mufasa over Moana 2, which
Sounds like it was a good choice. Apparently, Moana 2 is just more of the same and not very exciting.
Well, okay, so it was originally Moana 2 was originally supposed to be a TV show.
Right, it
And-
goes straight to streaming or whatever.
Yeah, and then it ended up being went to the theater, but I haven't heard anything great about it.
Yeah.
And he said he started working on Mufasa at the top of 2022. So Moana 2 was already in process as a TV series when the decision got made to turn it into a movie. They already had Emily Bear and Abigail Barlow working on it.
Okay.
So that is why.
And it's a story that they have to tell in flashback, which is interesting. So it's like Rafiki is the guy who's relaying the story, and it at least is putting kind of an interesting spin on it. Of course, James Earl Jones is not here to voice Mufasa, so they've got Aaron Pierre to do it. And they've got, who is it, Jeremy Irons, who did Scar. They've got Kelvin Harrison Jr. playing the lion who will become Scar. He's called, like, Taka or something else. So...
I was telling someone today, I'm not interested in bonding with or feeling understanding for the bad guys.
I have to say it's a trend I'm not fond of, where it's
Yeah.
like, oh, we have to make the bad guys sympathetic. I'm like, no, they are bad guys.
Right.
They're bad guys for a reason. Look, I had an interesting upbringing, and I could have been an a-hole, and there's a lot of directions I could have gone in, and I did not do that. And so I don't have a lot of sympathy for for those that did.
And I'm not talking about things like Wicked, where they're showing you that no, hang on, the story is told by a different person, and you find out that the real bad guy isn't who you think it is.
Right.
That's a different sort of a thing. I'm talking about something like where you're trying to get to understand Darth Vader.
Right.
I don't want to understand Darth Vader.
Well, and I feel like when you do that a lot of times, it takes the fire out from underneath.
Right, they're not as scary anymore.
Yeah, and it's like one of the biggest things was demystifying Darth Vader. Darth Vader was a mysterious badass, and then Lucas demystified him by making him a whiny kid.
Yeah, that was too bad.
And it wasn't until Rogue One where he came in and started taking out all the soldiers and, being a horrible, horrible guy that it's sort of like, redeemed him back as a badass bad guy. Because, how do you respect Darth Vader once you know he's that whiny kid?
Yeah.
It's sometimes that backfires.
So I did want to say one more thing, and that is apparently the Onion purchasing InfoWars was stopped by a United States judge.
Really?
So that's disappointing.
Why?
Yeah, Reuters is reporting that the judge said there were flawed auction results which resulted in low bids. And Jones is alleging fraud and collusion in the auction process.
Well, Jones is a criminal, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean,
he's being ordered to pay $1.3 billion to the Sandy Hook families.
right. And
he-
and like he lost InfoWars, so I don't think he has much say in where it goes at all.
Right. But the judge is saying that the trial was not good. No bueno.
I don't know.
But that's too bad.
Boo.
Because it was really funny that the Onion was going to own it.
Right. I thought it was great. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I'm sure they can appeal it or do whatever.
So in addition to seeing It's a Wonderful Life at Theatricum Botanicum, if we can.
Maybe.
Yeah. If it's not on fire, knock wood. I think that the fires, the Santa Ana winds stopped sooner than they thought they would. So I think the fire danger has gone down and they'll be able to fight it more effectively without the wind blowing.
Yeah.
So anyway, if we are able to do that, we are going to stop at a holiday craft fair at Geeky Teas beforehand, because I've never been there and I'd like to see what kind of things they're selling. The only thing that I know for sure they're selling is our friend Amy, who is the fandom baker, will be selling sugar cookies there.
Right. Well, and so they're doing sort of like a Christmas
craft fair.
Craft fair, right? But this shop used to be a small place that sold like lots of nerd themed teas. Like you could get the Buffy the Vampire Slayer themed tea and whatever, and they still do that, but they have changed location into a much bigger area, and they are now like a central gaming location. So they have a whole room dedicated to mini gaming. You can reserve, and I don't know if they make you rent these or you can just check them out to use, but you can like reserve a room and game in the room. They have games on the shelf for you to play. They sell games. They have like an entire island full of dungeon dice.
So now they're a game store with tea as opposed to before they were a tea store with games.
Exactly so. And so they just moved there like last March, I guess, into this bigger location. And they're pretty cool. They're all really nice people. I've been there a couple of times for various events and things. And I used to DJ when they were in the smaller place, so we would do some events there, which were a lot of fun. And they're all really nice. But they've got like 12 people working for them, and they've become like this big shop now, which is kind of nuts. So it'll be fun to see what you think of it, and how it goes. And it'll be interesting to see them do a craft fair there.
Yeah.
And as you would imagine, you will run into people
Right.
because
Unlike Dickens
games
Fair.
and teas and things like that. Yeah. So that should be really fun. I actually really like the place. It is in Burbank though. It's kind of like far enough away that it's not convenient for us to drop by.
Right.
And it is in the complete opposite direction of the Theatricum Botanicum.
Yeah, I know, but I figure we'll make a whole day of it.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Maybe we'll hit IKEA and get some Swedish meatballs while we're out.
IKEA.
And then Sunday, I'm going to the last Culver City English Country Dance of the year. I missed out on going to the St. Nicholas Ball last Sunday because we had illness in the house, and I didn't want to risk dancing with people. You're right in their faces.
Right.
So with a respiratory illness in the house. So I am very excited, and perhaps I will make some baked goods to bring them to people who will appreciate them.
Right. And Kit posted a thing that I don't. Oh no, it was Dawn. Dawn posted a thing Are you doing this, Dawn? It's the gold member exclusive for D23.
Oh, I missed
It's
that.
it's a jolly holiday on the Walt Disney Studios lot on Saturday.
I believe he is doing that.
Yeah, so it's
It's the Disnerds are doing that.
oh, okay. It's carnival games and photo ops and things like that. Toys for Tots
Right.
is what they're supporting.
We didn't. We decided not to do that because the tickets were outside of what we wanted to spend.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Well, we're not gold members of D23 for sure, so
Right.
it's sold out, so it's not like you can add in. But it's always fun to kind of do.
But we
something
also
there.
have tickets to something else. So
Yeah, we do. We certainly do. So.
it is actually starting at the same time as the play we're going to. So
Right.
yeah.
Well, golly, that is it for us. Thank you for wasting 2 hours of your life. We're always grateful that you do. We enjoy your company, especially everybody who chats over on the various chats for Facebook and YouTube and Twitch. We love seeing what you guys have to say and what you're up to and your opinions on stuff. If you're watching us on Facebook, give a little like there, or YouTube, or on Twitch, any of those things. DB94 started on the radio, and we have been over at sci-fi.radio for quite some time. We're in our 13th year right now of the show, if you could believe it. And we still don't get invited to previews. What the hell? But sad that Jeff wasn't here tonight, but glad he got to check in from work. Right now, I'm sure he's standing out on Main Street waving a very short lightsaber for doing crowd control. And I imagine that if his schedule allows, he will be back with us next week. In the meantime, thanks to Kit for doing all of the really cool posts and stuff that she does, keeping our documents straight, doing Document94 and that sort of thing, our control document, and our Facebook group, which is always cool. And then we'll give you guys a report on all the stuff that we do this weekend, and we hope to hear what your adventures are when we come back next week, too. So have a terrific, terrific week. Be safe and be well.
I'm Colleen Crosby.
I am Sean Obi-Shawn Crosby. As always,
May the Force
be
be with you.
Bye, radio people. I'll see you tomorrow on Good Morning Tatooine at 9 a.m. To wrap out the week on Good Morning Tatooine. So sci-fi.radio is that URL. And go check it out for news and stuff. There's more news that we didn't cover that's up there. That's very, very interesting. So we'll see you, radio people, later on.
Bye.
And then for the people who are doing video stuff, how's about we do some credits? There we go. I have them somewhere. Ha ha. There we go. Anyway, we will see all you all next week.
Bye.
Bye.